It's time to take a short break. Stand up, stretch and hydrate.
All right, welcome in. Happy Monday. We got an ad break starting soon to get rid of those pre-rolls, and then we'll get the stream started. Thank you guys for joining. Hey, Jenny. Send a letter to Twitch. I'm not the one to talk to about that. I just work here. You know, the wonders of slowly but surely losing autonomy over our own channels. Love it. Don't know how active I'll be. Currently sanding. Oh boy. What you sanding? Posted in the Discord. Yeah, can't get to that at the moment, but is my stupid tablet working? Let me find out. Okay, it is. Good. So in a box my grandmother gave me of hers. Oh, nice. Oh, a sewing box. I see. I have a old wood box that was given to me. I store herbal things in that.
Welcome back. Let's get to it.
All right, our ad break is done, so we can get into it. Thank you, Twitch, for, forcing our hand on these things. Pre-rolls are out of the way for the next hour until our first proper ad break. And just Trying to adjust audio levels. I think we're okay right now. I think the music should just be background at this point. Hopefully, maybe. Looks awful loud, but we're going to be switching over to the proper playlist here in a moment. So welcome in. Happy Monday, folks. Thank you for joining me. I hope you all had a wonderful weekend. If you're watching the VOD, kick back, relax, put on whatever tunes you so choose, and enjoy. We're going to be listening to our classic rock summer playlist today. Let's go ahead and get that started. Gotta have great music I can work to today. Gotta find my groove. Well, this playlist has been treating us well. A nice rock mix. All summer rock, as it's called, I guess. But it's all pretty upbeat, pretty good. I've been enjoying it. Had multiple people ask what the playlist is. First prefabricated playlist we found that's been great start to finish. Really. So no need to make my own. That being said, getting less and less happy with YouTube and my YouTube Premium subscription. And I'm very much thinking about getting rid of that and going back to Spotify. We'll see. If I do, I'll have to remake my playlists, but we shall see. $15 a month for YouTube Premium is an awful lot of money, and they're not adding anything of value. The things that they're adding are things that nobody wants. And then I'm sure they'll use that to justify a future price increase, you know? Like AI suggestions. I'm sorry, I don't need AI to tell me what the hell I want to listen to. Stuff like that, you know, just garbage nobody wants or needs. So we'll see. We will see. It's disappointing because when I signed up for YouTube Premium, it was a no-brainer. Like, for nearly the same expense as my Spotify subscription at the time, I was getting YouTube Music, replacing the service that I was getting through Spotify, and then also removing ads on YouTube. So of course, no brainer there. But with the price increases and YouTube just being generally stupid at around every turn, and the fact that they don't have like their own app, which kind of makes things easier when you're working with an app on desktop for streaming. I mean, I can do it through a workaround using a separate browser for streams so I can feed the audio source through a specific channel. But if it was an app, I could just do that for the app, I wouldn't have to worry about a separate browser and all of that. So I don't know. We'll see. That was a long-winded ramble about things that aren't really certain right yet, but just my thoughts. Hope you're good today. Yeah, tired. I'm tired. Feeling low energy today, but we're what's the game plan today? We're gonna finish this face, and to do that, Stevie, hello, welcome in, man. We're gonna be putting some clay above and below the eyes and working that in with a blend and a little bit of the fur texturing, just a little bit. Why is that bent forward? Not a big deal, but I don't know how I got there. Yeah, a lot of blending today. I don't know how long this is going to take. We're going to be doing a little bit more detail work on the face as well. I've done a little bit of off-stream stuff. I've got my handful of scraps here I got to throw away, so bear with me. I went in on the tail and added some little bits and blended them to kind of create a little bit of a separation and a little bit of depth here and there. Because, the fur is going to you're going to have a little bit of that. Kind of like we have here on the bridge of the nose. essentially. Really, really slight, but it's a nice noticeable detail when you look closely. And we're probably going to do that when we do the paws and the toes. We're going to probably do that on the arms and the ankles areas there as well. So, yeah. Yeah, Jeb's doing well, Stevie. He just got baked this morning. I will wait till this afternoon to get baked, but he got baked this morning. Wake and bake for the Jerboa today. A little bit of a wake and bake day for the Jerboa. I'm going to run the clay through here just to soften it up a little bit. Stevie, I hope you're doing well. Jenny, I hope you guys are doing well. Thank you for starting the stream off with me today. It's hot. It's hot. I don't like it. Oh, jeez. Do I need to move my fan? Yes, I do. Give me 1 second. I'm already sweating and I haven't even started.
What's wrong with the picture? Go to camera 2.
We haven't even started.
Well, then go to 1, go to 4.
We're just hanging out chatting. Yeah. Probably going to start on the top of the eyes. And I'm probably going to get a little bit of fur texture done here real quick just so we have it on standby. Because what I'm thinking is we put the clay in there and then put a little bit of that over top and blend it. And the fur kind of goes back into the existing fur. Went to the seal sanctuary today, put some pics and pets. Oh, nice. I'll just take a look. Let's get a little bit of fur going here. Naked photos. Yeah, I did a little bit of off-stream work. Just where we left off from Thursday. I added a little bit more, like one more layer on each side just to get it a little bit closer to the ridge of the eye. I closed in a gap right here with some snakes of clay, like 3 of them. And I did the tail, of course, like I mentioned. But yeah, that's mostly it. Just kind of went over the blending a little bit more, and yeah, just a little bit of obsessive compulsiveness before he went in the oven, you know? Making a tadpole. I hate these gloves so much, chat. I hate them. They don't... Ugh. Oh well, at least there's only one box. I'll use them up and go back to the ones I used before. And I missed out, and there was a sale on a smoke gun that I was looking at for the showcase videos and whatnot, right? And it was on sale, like 30 bucks off. And I missed the sale. I went to sit down and order it this morning, and it's back to normal price. You snooze, you lose, I guess. I don't know why I was being hesitant. I should have just did it when I saw it was on sale. So I'll still be using the vape for right now, it looks like, to create the smoke, which is basically just me doing this over and over. I get kind of lightheaded after a minute. You know? Doesn't work so well with the fan on. But yeah, eventually I'll get one. I got to, because shooting showcase videos and getting lightheaded in the process isn't fun. Not that kind of lightheaded. That's not the fun kind. Just checking text message there, making sure my grandfather's doing all right. And camera brightness, I'm trying something today. Normally, if you see any shadowing, like obviously from behind me, I apologize. Normally we don't have that, but I'm trying the overhead light today just to see. These cameras are driving me crazy. As I've stated before, I turn off all of the automatic adjustment settings. Everything's manually adjusted. And yet, we'd be sitting here watching the camera change its exposure on us. Like, it makes no sense. There's no reason it should be doing that. So I decided, let's add a little bit more light and see if that changes anything. Little things you can get where you put it on a sponge and it turns into fog. Yeah, I'm just gonna get a fogger. I mean, they're made for photography. It's like 130 bucks. And it was on sale for like 80, I want to say. It was like 50 bucks off. There is such a thing as being a little bit too responsible with your money for no reason. And I hate when I do that. I hesitate on something for no reason, and then I miss an opportunity to save some money. You know, if it was something like that I didn't really need, but with that, I would use it, I would use it regularly, so there's no reason for me to pause on it. I was just being silly. The soldering iron, I'm hesitant to get because there's no rush on it, and it's not even an expensive item. Same with the heat gun. It's just, I just don't feel it's imperative. So I'm dragging my feet on it. Craft Redux, Spider Moth use them. Is Grandpa okay? He seems to be, man. It's been a rough year. It's really been a rough year. Okay, so we got some fur. I got my reference. Now I just need to get rid of the nerves, right? Yeah, thanks, Jenny. I don't know. I'm just kind of numb to it at this point, I guess. As much as it feels gross to say that. It's been a lot this year, you know? I think we need to do the top of the eyes in 2 pieces. This part right here. And this part right here. So we go across from the outside corner inward and then overlap it with a piece that comes up this way and connects in there. That way we get that ridge and a little bit of a bulk and blend into that. I think that seems like a good course of action there. Back to sanding. You have fun sanding. You wearing a mask? You don't want sawdust lungs. All right. You on the beach? Okay. I guess I still need that. I'm really nervous about starting this part. And there's really no reason to be. I mean, he's baked. It's not like we're gonna mess up what we already did, really. Unless I'm like really stabbing in there and breaking pieces off, but that's not the plan, so. And we don't want it to bulk out too much. We basically want it to kind of blend the seams of the eye into the background there. We need a little bit longer, don't we? We'll keep those for reference. I'm just going to tear a bit off and roll it out. Hey, Joe, what's up, man? Happy Monday. Yeah, and folks, of course, there are some shout outs. If anybody's not already following Stevie, there is one for him earlier. And you'll see one in the chat there for Joe. Be sure to click those links, drop a follow, show some love to these folks. Oh, Rose, hello. Happy Monday. I hope you guys are all doing well. Hope you had a great weekend. Meant she got back on Saturday, of course, from her trip, and just been kind of hanging out, relaxing, getting things done. Well, I had things done, but of course she had. Who did that? She had to get all of her post-trip stuff done, you know. You know how it is. And back to work she went today. That'll be good. All right, let's see. For reference, we need longer little bits there. Let's try like right around there. Lurking and working, catching up on a week of emails. Oh boy. Gotta love it. Wanted to check in on your progress. Well, thanks, man. Yeah, lurk all you need, sir. I appreciate it. Swole Mole, hello, welcome in. Back at work on Wednesday. You have a bit of a vacation there, Stevie? All right, we'll mark that for trimming, because we don't want it to come out that far. Probably like right there. Yeah, so today, chat, just to kind of reiterate the plan for today, we are finishing the face. And to do that, on Thursday, we went in, we worked out more of the fur texture, and did the blending on the nose bridge here and the cheeks. And then I wanted to give them a bake before we went in for this step, because we're going to be going in over some of that fur texture to blend in around the eyes. And I didn't want to risk smashing into that, messing any of it up, and then in the process of taking it off, removing a bunch of work that we've already done. So we created a little bit of a save point there with a bake this morning, and we don't have to worry about that now. Yeah, I knew you had company. Looking amazing, by the way. Thanks, Joe. I appreciate it, man. I'm really happy with how he's turning out. All right. We're going to take that back off. Now that we know that's going to work, let's go ahead and get a little bit of liquid polymer above the eyes. We'll brush that in. Speaking of, I did a little bit of a dab before I baked him with liquid polymer just to add a little bit of texture to the nose. I might keep doing that just to build on that. Just a little bit of a bumpy texture, you know? Could have used a save point yesterday. A little jealous of your medium. Yeah, it is nice being able to do that for sure. We should both be jealous of 2D artists, though. They don't have to deal with all the camera stuff we have to deal with, do they? They point it at their canvas, and they're good to go. Me? It's a constant battle to stay in frame. And even more so for you, because you've got multiple workstations. I'm sure it's just setting up multiple cameras on one spot for this is tricky. So I can imagine You put some time into all of that, I'm sure. All the stream work nobody ever sees, right? See, I don't know. Because the idea was to come off of that with some strands. I just want to make sure that I'm happy with the blend. Do you know what I mean? And let's try something. Just out of curiosity. See, I think that's a little bit much, but maybe not. Because if we... I'm going to blend that a little bit. I don't know, man. I don't know that I like that. I'll tell you what. Let's give it a go without it. Worst case scenario, I have to take it all off and clean it up a little bit. You know? And that's not a horrible process, I'm sure. Sure we can manage. Very true, or even better, digital artists who don't even need a camera. That's fair. Yeah. Just capture the screen and be done with it. Florida Forks, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm really happy with how he's turning out. It's my first animal sculpture and first time using this clay. It's been, like, as a whole. I've used bits of it, like for bits and pieces of sculpts in the past, but never a whole sculpt with this clay. And my first time doing this fur texture process, so. Pretty nervous going into the project, but I'm glad I didn't let it deter me. I think we're gonna forego adding more fur bits around the eyes. I think I can do this with just a regular blend. Take this off of here. And you know what we didn't do? We didn't cut a second one for reference, because I'm gonna take this off. We're gonna go a little bit thinner. Just a little bit. No, it needed to be longer than this guy. We'll cut it a little bit longer than necessary just to... Matter of fact, I think I'll keep it that size because then we can blend it down into the inner eye and then overlap. Okay. So yeah, today we're going to finish the face and then however long that takes. And then tomorrow we'll start on the paws. And I'm not sure how far along we'll get on that. We're going to do the armature for the hands. And what I'll probably do, we're going to be using the smaller gauge wire. I'll do a little bit of a wrap here. And then we'll use super glue on the contact when they get attached on the little nubs here. And then we'll do a blend into the paws. So, but anyway, let's get to it. Hopefully I don't have to redo this. Maybe we can nail it on the first try. We'll see. First things first, just kind of blending, getting the contact to stick, and then getting it to shape and all of that. And trim off any extra. That just reminded me of the edit somebody made of this song, where it's nothing but sucking on a chili dog over and over. I'll tell you what, let's switch to the other. Hopefully my hand's not too much in the way. A lot of times when I'm working like this, it is, but. I think what we might try to do. Wanting to bevel this just a bit. I went in and corrected this a while back, and I didn't match the other side. I should have, because this side's actually better, but we'll just kind of make it match a little bit more. Give me 1 second, chat. Much better. It was a hard edge there, and I just did not like that. All right, spoons, let's get this organized so we can work more efficiently here. Set the cutting things aside. All right. Then hopefully, once we start the fur texture, we can get that blend to look nice, just like we did elsewhere here. Hopefully. Hey, nice, Stevie. We're going to start with some big lines. Just kind of working back into some of the existing cuts and folds here. Like so. Whoa! Excuse you, Stevie. You all right there? And then we'll make sure we come in here at this bottom edge and kind of do the same. You don't want it to be a straight line. And then we can start kind of going in and not straight lines, add a little bit of a curl to it. And then we'll have to brush it and go over it a couple times just to kind of get the blend going. Oh, blame Jeb. I see. Uh-huh. Poor Jeb. Blaming the Jerboa. Actually, I don't really need to work up that area just yet because we need to put a piece over top of that. And then I think at the bottom, we're just going to have to kind of Do one of these numbers. This real fine little scratching. That'll help blend that seam. But still, you know, give us that texture. Where's my glove sticking to here? I think it's just... Okay. It's your fault for getting them baked? Psh. I won't be blamed. He did it, not me. All right, let's go ahead. Figure out what we need as far as that inside area, right? Lengthwise. Let's go a little bit further than that line. Right about there. How's the workshop coming along, Stevie? Making some progress on it? That should do. Might be a little bit extra there, but we'll see. Do I want to bring it to the very corner? I don't think we do. This song's too slow, man. Put me to sleep. Okay. I feel like that needs to be a tad bit thinner. It's a little bit much. It's going to bulk out a little bit too far. And we definitely want a thinner side for along the inner edge of the eyeball. Come on now. Hey, I think we got this. Where's our other piece at for the other side? Right here, right? Yes. Okay. And we'll go ahead and get that on there. Yeah, we'll wait. Let's set this over here though so it doesn't get lost or ruined. Found the bench? Well, that's good. We got smoke effects. It's not even the showcase video. Look at that. This will get blended towards the back. We'll keep that delineation right there and kind of blend it in here as well. Let's start pushing back here. And we'll be kind of doing the same process on the under eye area as well, but obviously smaller area that we're going to be working with. I'm just trying to make sure I got the shape right before we go too much further. Uh-oh. Broke off a little piece there. Oh well. What's the deal here? Give me my little spoon. That's better. Okay. Now, Let's get back to fur texture. Again, we're going to start with the edges. And I just pull them towards the surface that we're blending to. Same on the other side. The other side is a little bit different though, because we're kind of blending into the fur a little bit. And then when there's a line, we'll actually follow that line. To some degree. I'll get a nice close-up here once we make a little more progress and show you what I mean. I'm guessing you just hit the wrong button. Verdatum, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. And then once we get the outside lines done here, I'll go in and start, doing the texturing throughout. This is just the way that I find it seems to work best. All right, and then we'll...
It's time to take a short break.
Wow.
Stand up, stretch and hydrate.
Is it really that time already? What happened? My goodness, our hour went by that quick. Let me finish this little portion up right quick. And then we'll swap over. We got an ad break coming up, folks. We have one every hour for 3 minutes. As voted for by you guys. We were doing 1.5-minute breaks every 30 minutes, but I agree that's excessive. So we'll continue on with that after the break. But let me hop over here. We had some questions I saw. Are your tags right? Is that polymer clay? Yes. Yeah, we'll go over here for right now. But yes, this is polymer clay. Specifically, it's Cosclay brand, which if you're familiar with Sculpting, you know that Sculpting kind of cures to a hard plastic consistency. Cosclay remains, it retains some, you can bend it. It's more rubbery once it's cured. This is my first project working exclusively in Cosclay, and it took a little bit of getting a feel for it, but now that I'm getting used to it and comfortable with it, I'm really enjoying it. It blends so nicely compared to Sculpting. And after the ad break, Verdatum, so it doesn't interrupt, I'd be happy to talk about it more if you like. Super Sculpting? Yep, that's what I always used as well prior to this project. Usually use Plastiline, starting with wax for the first time. Oh, very cool. Thanks, the Blocker. What's up, man? How you doing today? There's another one. You know what, Blocker? I'm gonna use you to test out my new bot command. I set up my own shout out. Let's see if it works. There it is. Folks, be sure to check out the Blocker there. Drop a follow, show some love. Now we don't have to wait for Twitch to tell me when I can give shout outs on my own channel. Hooray! I think I now have like 3 methods of giving shout outs, so that should be more than more than sufficient, right? Hey, no worries, man. No worries. All right, ad break is starting now. It's a little bit slow. Twitch has been weird lately, and I know I'm not the only one that's experienced this like lag in ads when it's supposed to start. Because I was watching somebody yesterday and the day before, both of them commented on like, why haven't they started yet? So yeah, that's strange. Wonder what's going on there. But anyway, we'll put the break screen up just so nobody's missing anything. I'm gonna stand up and stretch, but I'll be right here. So. Everybody have a good weekend. I know Stevie had company and getting into all sorts of stuff. We didn't do a whole lot. You know, Minchie got home from her trip on Saturday and we just kind of hung around the house and relaxed, played some games, watched some streams. Jenny's busy sanding. Hopefully wearing a mask. No sawdust lungs. Oh, I gotta show you guys what Minchie got me. I'll show you after break. Is it PG friendly? Yes. It's actually another maker's work. Not sure who it is, but Lumiere and his brother both. Is the ad break done already? Because it says it's still going on my end for a few more seconds. Either way. There it is.
Welcome back. Let's get to it.
Let's do that. Let me sit back down. So depending on which candle you saw, one of them was the first project we did on stream. And then one of them I did over a year ago. And the one we just did was my second go at it. Because this is actually my second streamed project. Everything prior was all just done for YouTube. Yeah, you never had one. Interesting. I know it's hit and miss sometimes. Yeah. Then she got me these coasters at a market thing she went to. It was like a craft market type deal. This guy made these. I'm assuming it's tile. It looks like little tiles. And then I don't know how he goes about putting the same image on all of these. I think still the one I'm using for my drink. These are different. He's done each of these individually. Holy shit. Just looking at the markings specifically here. Yeah, he's done each of these individually. I was thinking he stamped them or something, but well, that's pretty wild. All right then. But yeah, she got me these Mothman coasters. Probably get one in a couple minutes. You shouldn't. You better not, because that would not be how it's supposed to work, Stevie. Yeah, I like my little Mothman coasters. Very cool. All right, let's get back to it, shall we? And again, Verdatum, if you had any other questions about the clay, feel free. I'll do my best to provide any answers, but it's very similar. I mean, you bake it at 275 for about the same length. I do a little bit. Here's what I do. I know it takes about 6 minutes for my oven to preheat to 275. So I put them in cold. Hello! Miss Cubist, hello, welcome in. Folks, there's another one. Another streamer. Be sure to show some love to Miss Cubist TV. Drop a follow, check out her stream. But yeah, so I set my oven to 275. I know it takes about 6 minutes. I put them in with it cold, and I set my timer for 40 minutes. When the timer goes off, I turn the oven off and crack the door and let them stay in there until it's cool. It's fine. Like, it's better to overbake this than to underbake it. But very, very cool stuff. I'm really, really happy with this clay, and I'll be using it. I still have a little bit of Sculpey, particularly colored and translucent, and some glow Sculpey. This is the remainder of what I have as far as a brick goes. We used some of this on the base for this guy. But once I'm done with Sculpey, I will probably just stick with cosplay exclusively at this point. Hey, no worries, Miss Cubis. No worries. Minecraftery, hello, man. There's another one. Shout out in the chat. Wait, why doesn't it do that for you, man? Did it give you a shout out line? Yeah, it did. Okay, good. I was going to say, yours should be automatic. And I know it didn't do it the other day. For whatever reason. Bot was taking a break, I guess. He was having a smoke, you know? You just can't get any reliable help these days. Don't yell at the poor bot. Oh boy. I pay Atticus for what? What am I even paying him for? Bots will eventually rule us all. Must be nice to the bots. Right. That's a fair point. We're going to start in the corner. And just, oh no, I thought that was hard clay there. I guess not. And also, I guess important note too, you can cook this multiple times. You can bake it multiple times, just like Sculpey. So you can give yourself a nice little save point whenever you need one. And like today, we're working completely on cured surfaces, so we don't have to worry about, you know, messing up prior work. Hey Dex, what's up, man? Looking amazing. Thanks, sir. I appreciate it. I really do. I'm so happy with how he's coming together here. I told Menchie yesterday, she was looking at him, and I said, I don't know if I should give myself credit or if I just got lucky. But looking back through the photos on Instagram of how he's come along in the process, I probably could have done a little bit more planning, but again, first animal sculpt, first time working with this fur texture process. I probably could have spent a little bit more time trying to like analyze and plan, like, okay, we've got the base of the body that we're going to be building off of and adding the fur layers to. I need to make sure it fits properly. But I didn't, I mean, I kind of played it, I just eyeballed it, really. And it's really come together well. You know, you guys that have been here, you know how big these ears looked prior to fur. But now that we've got fur on it, like, his ears actually fit his head, you know? You can bake it multiple times just like a stoner. Yeah, Blocker, he had a wake and bake morning. Got up and he got right to it. Baked first thing. Every time I plan, it ends up going wrong. I do stuff by feels, it always ends up better. You know, maybe that's the trick. You know? We told you he'd grow into them. Yeah, I know. I mean, I knew they would look bigger, but that didn't change the fact that I'm like internally freaking out. Like, why are his ears huge? I measured things. It should be to scale. But internally, I'm screaming, you know? I guess just one of those things. It is warm today, so I have to be extra careful. The clay's pretty soft today. That is one thing I will say for anybody coming from Sculpey to cosplay. Don't freak out. It's going to feel super soft. I normally would work with medium firmness on Sculpey. So I got medium firmness on this. I have typically warm hands, and even though I have AC, you know, it's summer, so air can be a little bit warmer. And so the clay gets real soft, which at first, until you get a feel for it, it's kind of like, oh God, how do I do this? But once you get a feel for it, oh my gosh, it's so good. Like, it blends like butter. You can spread, you know, with Sculpey, especially if you're trying to blend or spread, you really have to put some force into it, you know? This stuff, man, not so much at all. If you've worked it a little bit, you could spread this with a knife. And they do make an extra firm. I have not tried, or a firm, I'm sorry. I have not tried it yet. I do intend to order like at least an 8-ounce block of it just to try it out. You know, maybe in the summer months I get firm and I have medium on hand for in the winter months when it's cooler. We'll see. Bacon miners. Change the plan every 5 minutes when stuff goes sideways. And sometimes that's the fun stuff. You know what I mean? Just experimenting. And seeing what you can figure out, seeing what works. Maybe you can find a new process in something, or and then right now what I'm going to do is just kind of work that outer edge in some more. I love this song. Don't really have to do a whole lot there, but started sculpting doing special effects prosthetics. Gotta have a plan or I'd fail hard. Yeah, especially when you're working in pieces and stuff, right? I get that. Like, so you say, is this a hobby or for work, out of curiosity? True story. When I was in elementary school, into middle school, all I wanted to do was movie special effects. And then I kind of got into wanting to act and direct and all of that stuff. And then I made stupid choices. You know, as we do. Total hobbyist, software engineer, so I can afford and stay in stuff like this. Well, nice. It's always good to have. Like, you know, part of me would love to work on movies, but at the same time, I love kind of just having this as my own thing, you know? I'm not happy with that outside, like inside corner. This area, I'm 100% good with. I don't like this part. So here's what I'm thinking. These pieces right here are pretty long. I don't even know if we're going to be able to use these for anything. So let's go ahead. Let's try for some smaller ones. I'm going to attempt to do one of these when I get some clay, but I don't know how long it's taken you. I'm going to use you as my guide. I honestly see no faults at all. Well, I'm flattered, X. If I come up with any pointers that I could steer you clear of running into obstacles that I've run into, I will try to remember them. Because there's definitely some things like I probably should have left these a little bit longer, or well, I guess it wouldn't really matter anyway because the hand's going to get attached to that. I don't know. There's a few things, just not off the top of my head. Yeah, fur monster needs more fur. What I'm thinking, Joe, is yeah, cutting off armature too short and too early every time. Yeah, dude, it's a struggle, right? Mr. Frightful, welcome in. Guys, another sculptor. Some of you may have seen him in, I noticed he was in Andy's chat yesterday, and maybe I've just overlooked. I'm terrible about that, and if so, I apologize. But I discovered Mr. Frightful's work through Doomfruit Arts Friday art show. It was really cool seeing another sculptor here on Twitch. And there's a shout out right there in the chat. Be sure to drop a follow, show some love. Learning to make good armature is super helpful. It really is. It really is. Armatures are probably like my least favorite part of sculpting, but I've been working to improve and find stuff that I'm more comfortable working with. Like I'm happy to have found some nice aluminum armature wire of various gauges that I've been really happy with, and that's helped out tremendously because I was using general purpose wire, and if you've ever tried to do armatures with general purpose wire, it's awful and painful, and you'll probably bleed because I did almost every single time. Yeah, so get yourself, it's not cheap, it's not, but I promise you it is worth the investment getting some nice armature wire. I know some people don't like aluminum. To each their own. I've never had a problem with it. Especially if you use like, you know, it's very bendable, but it's also sturdy. That's a nice thick gauge. And I'll use this as like my primary. And then I've got, this is relatively new. I ordered this big spool of the smaller gauge. This is what we'll use for his hands. And this stuff, I mean, you can see it. It's so nice. It's a world of difference compared to what I was using. So what I'm thinking, some little small tiny bits. I was originally thinking this to begin with, but then I was like, maybe that's too much. But you know what? On that outer edge, I think that's going to really help us with the blend. So if we can get it small and fine enough, I think we can make that work. That's the trick, though. It's just getting it small and fine enough. And you can control that to some degree with just how far back you cut. But it can be a little bit tricky to... Hey, no worries, Mr. Frightful. Happy to support. Man, it's one of my favorite parts in the few months that I've been here on Twitch is meeting all these amazing artists in this community. I never would have guessed that Twitch has such a strong art community. It's really been a pleasure. And that art show the other night was just the icing on the cake. That was so cool getting to see so many people's work, you know? So props to Doomfruit for doing that. Very cool. I worked with brass and grinding it unsafely gave me zinc fever a couple times. Oh no. I have a buddy that's mentioned something along those lines. He does some smelting and all of that metal work. And he's talked about like zinc is one of them, and there was another one you've got to be careful with, he said. Brass is a great telescoping round and square tube. Makes solder really well. Oh yeah, aluminum bends. It goes right to the shape you want. You know, there's no fighting it. Also hardens and becomes brittle if you move it around. Yep. Or if you're just bending it back and forth, you know, it'll snap it. Question on your wire though is where did you get it? Because the armature wire we got in UK is hardly any at all. So it's frustrating, isn't it, Dex? My hobby shop I have two. Well, there's a big box hobby store near me. And then there's like a privately owned hobby shop where it's franchised or something. They're attached to a bigger chain, but it's got that smaller store feel to it, you know? They mostly specialize in models, trains, and RC cars, like the kind you build. But it's like where I get my ballasts and stuff like that. But both of those stores, armature wire is a no-go. I have to order them through. It's one of the few things I order on Amazon these days. I can try to post a link if I remember. Let me write this down. You know what? Let me just do it real quick right now before I forget. I'll share it in Discord, okay? Bear with me just a moment. I gotta look at my order history. I know I ordered that bigger spool. Okay, Jack Richson is the name. I'm gonna go ahead and I'll just. Oh, he's got all kinds of stuff, this brand. Paint sticks, chamois, all kinds of things. Where's all the armature wire? I'll just link to the wire directly, I guess. And then there's different gauges, of course. And I will post this in the art gallery channel. And like I said, there's different gauges on there, different size spools and all of that, so. All right. Hey, Raiders. Let me get caught up with chat. Aluminum is a pain to solder, but that's why God gave us JB Weld. I am going to be getting into soldering here soon, Mr. Frightful, specifically because I want to incorporate more LED work in my sculpts when appropriate, instead of using prefab stuff. Avoid the bad habit of having the fur to look like it's growing in rows. It needs to flow like this, guys. Yeah, I kind of stack them like shingles. Like offset a little bit, you know? And that's helped with that tremendously. Doomfruit's art show is great. It really is. It's awesome that he does that for folks. And seems to have the same enjoyment from seeing other artists, you know? Use galvanized steel wire for my sculpts just because I can get it in bulk. Yeah, I was getting like, I don't even know what it was, like little spools that I could buy. Zinc has a fairly low melting point. Alloyed with other metals, you can actually burn out the zinc trying to melt the other metals. Yeah. Creates zinc gas, very dangerous. Yep, that's what Paul was saying. And yeah, thank you, Raiders. I appreciate it, man. I hope you've been doing well, sir. Link request? Were you trying to post a link to Tumsakala? Neil's Materials is a good place for UK sculptors, but you need to have a big. Is it 2 o'clock? You need to have a big shopping list to get the shipping break. Yeah. By the way, in case anyone missed it, any sculptors out there, specifically anyone that's interested in or does use cosplay, CNOT had the guys, like the owner and co-owner of Cosplay, on his stream a while back. And They said that they're working or in the process of getting some more suppliers set up for UK and Europe. So be on the lookout for that. I've heard that it can be tricky to get a hold of sometimes, but supposedly that's going to get better. And let me try to permit you. Give me 1 second, Atumsakala. I'll try to see if the permit thing works for you. I have getting caught up on projects I was unable to do last summer. Well, good, man. I bet that feels good. It's always nice to feel like you're getting caught up, you know? I do a bit of electronics, but soldering aluminum is a different beast. Yeah. It's been a long time since I've done any soldering, so I'm going to practice a bit before I try to like actually do it, you know? I'm sure it's not too bad. But let me see if I can permit that link. Let me know when you're ready. Or also, you know, feel free to share in Discord too. Let's see. I don't think it works if I put the @ for whatever reason. I'm going to try it again. This is through Nightbot, and I swear it doesn't work, man. I don't know. Can drop it in Discord. Yeah, feel free to do that. I'm going to have someone help me test that at some point because it's set up, like I said, through Nightbot for the link blocking and permitting. It's not blocked through Twitch. It's blocked through the bot, and as such, I should be able to permit it through the bot because I can't get it to work with Mixitup. I don't think there's any way to do it through Mixitup. So I'm using Nightbot, and that's, you know, permit and then the username. But so far, on like 2 times that we've tried to get it to work, it hasn't allowed it. So I don't know what the deal is with that. If you want a nice project board for soldering practice, check out Big Clive's gallium boards on YouTube. Big Clive's gallium boards. I'll write that down here. I was actually looking at a kit that came with a little practice board too. Not that I'd be working with circuits or anything really. Mostly just direct, you know, LED. I don't know any coding as far as that stuff goes, so I won't be writing my own scripts or anything to control lights, but it would be handy to expand options, you know? CNOT, by the way, mentioned that Cosplay is now shipping their entire line to distributors in the UK and EU. Okay, so there, yeah, that's what I was referring to. It's supposed to be a lot easier to get your hands on it, you know? Because what would you have to go through? What, Amazon exclusively, or need to order them from the manufactorium in China? That as many as you like for pennies. Nice. Yeah, in the few sculpts that I've used LEDs so far, they've just been like prefab stuff, you know, and I just kind of make it work. It would be so nice to be able to like wire it to a proper, you know, AA, AAA battery pack and use my handheld rotor to, you know, cut out the section for the battery pack in the bottom of the base and just have it concealed there. One distributor they have in the UK. Oh no, they're supposedly getting more distributors set up, apparently, is what my understanding was. Yeah, they were talking about it. I'm sure he's got the VOD up if you're interested. It was a pretty cool little stream they did with him, talking about some of the stuff that they've got coming out, some of the changes as far as shipping and. It's very expensive for me. I use Neil's materials. Hey, Andy, what's up, man? There's another one, folks. If you're not following Mr. Andy Mecca, you should definitely be doing so. Certainly are trying to make it more available. Yep. It sounded like they're really working to try to make it a lot easier for everybody. I'm fortunate. I live in the state where they make it. The only thing that could be a little bit easier is if I lived close enough to them that I could just go pick it up instead of shipping it. But I'm not sure how I'm going to like this, so we're just going to try this. And I think there was that one little area that I didn't like, and I think this is going to be the answer to all of that. Although, you see how easy that blends, man? If that was Sculpey, I'd have to like push into it, you know? And again, I'm not hating on Sculpey. I've used Sculpey for years and years and years. Nothing wrong with Sculpey, but as I've been using this more and more, specifically with this project, I've really grown fond of this stuff. Andy, how we doing today, man? Happy Monday to everybody, by the way. Pretty good Monday here. Feeling a little bit tired today, but you know, living and getting stuff done, so. Now I don't like that little line that we got going there, so I'm going to try to work that out. And we'll get a little bit of ISO. Got the mice lacquered early today. Nice. Nice. Gotta let them sit till, well, they're done then, huh? Okay, and then we'll. Yeah, I like that much better. There was a bit of a gap there, and it was just kind of. It was standing out, you know? That really took care of that. Okay. I think we're going to let that sit. And then we'll start on the top of the other eye, the other side. That's always the fun part, right? We just had a conversation about that last week. It's always the other side. Always the other side. We missed the last ad break. We talked right through it. And I need to give the dog her meds real quick. So bear with me. I'm not even going to put the break screen up. I'll be like 2 minutes tops, and then we'll carry right on with the other eyeball there. Just some UV on their eyes, yeah. The fun of rethreading the lock, the overlocker. I don't know what that is, Rose, but that sounds fun. And I will be back in just a minute, guys. Okay, all done. Yeah, good luck, Rose. Have you finished your battle with the lace? Okay, this is our inside piece for the other eye. We need that. We need to reposition this slightly. And bit of overhead for right now. We'll start by blending that in just like we did the last time. I'm not going to do, we kind of started the texturing before we put that inside piece in and then had to redo it, of course, but I was kind of just testing the texture out to make sure I was happy with how that was coming along. So we don't have to redo the same process or the same steps over again. We won't do that. Where is my small spoon? Always hiding under the papers. Always. But yeah, we're going to finish up the face today. It will be done. And mainly it's the eyeballs we're going to try a few little detail things after the fact. And then I'll bake them again before tomorrow so we don't have to worry about messing anything up that needs to be trimmed. And then tomorrow we'll be working on his paws. So I don't know if we'll get into the feet until Thursday, or even if we make it to that on Thursday. We'll have to see how it goes, because we'll be starting with the little hand armatures and then working on that. We'll probably pre-bake the claws before sticking them in. I always prefer that. So probably work on the paws and get the claws done, and then bake the claws, but not him, until after the next stream after tomorrow, most likely. Okay, so that should do it on that side. Get the inner piece. Have to roll that down a little bit thinner on this side. Running the bottom of the skirt where the ruffle is. Understood. Overlocker. Now to spend a few minutes rethreading. Oh boy. Keep wanting to say overclock instead of overlock. It's the other side, chat. Always the other side. I forget who all was having that conversation. I think that was last week. We were talking about, they mentioned every artist's least favorite part of sculpting is the other side. I concur. Let's go ahead with the bigger spoon. All right. I'm going to start working the texture in because it's kind of hard to tell when you're working with hard lines. Also, let's see. I feel like That's better. Okay. First things first, just like last time, I'll just work the outside lines. Just nothing fancy or anything. We're just kind of drawing the clay in like real fine little spots towards the surface we're blending. This is by no means like the fur texturing. It's just leading into that and part of the blend. It's helped out tremendously. Then on the outside lines, it's the same thing. But I kind of, when we actually do the texturing, I'm going to lean into some of the existing cuts. Just to kind of help make the blend look more natural. Yeah, my arm's right in the way. Let's go back to the overhead. It be threaded. Nice work, Rose. Nice work. We may do another fur blend right there. We'll do it just normal first and then see if it needs it, just like we did with the other side there. It's always the other side, man. And again, this, I just got to be real careful because it's warm today and the clay is soft. So with very little effort, you can find yourself making pretty deep lines, and we don't want that. Not here. There's a pretty defined line right there. I don't know how well it comes across on camera right at this angle, but we're going to work that out too. And to do that, we'll just go along the line and work that back. Yeah, see there, got a little bit carried away. Also, just got to be careful. If I love the composite tool, the composite instrument, whatever you want to call it. You just got to be careful when you're doing stuff like this, though, because if you come at it and drag it at a slight angle, you're going to get like a pretty big gash as opposed to a line, you know?
It's time to take a short break. Stand up, stretch and hydrate.
That time already, folks. Pat this down. Bit of a bigger divot than there should be. And then let's brush this with ISO. We'll let it sit through the break and come back and do any corrections that are needed and continue on. That ridge is going to need some correction. But we're close. It's not terrible. Not terrible. All right. What do we got? Ad starts in 1.5 minutes. Not a problem. You know what? It gives me a little bit more time. And what I mentioned earlier about the composite instrument that I'm using here and not coming at it at an angle, it's even more difficult. Well, it's not difficult at all when I'm working on the right side. It's always the other side. Always the other side. "15 seconds till the ad." All right, folks. Let's hop over to the break screen. I'm going to stand up, stretch. Now's a great time to grab a drink, grab a snack, and I will see you guys in 3 minutes. We'll continue on. Thank you so much for being here. Ad starting soon, it says now. Twitch! Fix it. It still says ad starting soon, so I'll tell you what, if it hasn't started yet, and you're not subbed and you get an ad, let me know when it starts, would you? Just so I can kind of... It says it started now. How true that is remains to be seen. Ads are running? Okay, cool. Thanks, Andy. All right, 50 seconds on the ad break. I think we are going to use another little fur bit for the blend here. At least one, if not two. That came together really nice when we added that on there.
Welcome back.
All right,
Let's get to it.
let's do that. All right. Also, real quick before we get right back into it, I'm going to throw some links at you guys. First and foremost, there's a link in the chat to the YouTube channel. That's the main YouTube channel. We have the VOD channel, of course, but on the main channel, you'll find all of my past projects, condensed time lapses and showcases, and then all future projects will be getting a proper showcase video, foregoing the time lapse since the whole process is streamed for the most part. So yeah, be sure to follow those. You can check out the candle that we did too before the Jerboa. That was the first sculpt I did on stream, actually, was the candle. Also a link to the Discord, best place for all the latest updates on the stream, the channel, any updates to the schedule, and you can share your artwork in there. We love to see it. Let us know when you're going live or if you're dropping a new video on one of your projects. Just do bear in mind, when you hop in there, it is a manual assigned role. So just sit tight a minute, and as soon as I can, I'll get you a role and you'll have access. Let's see if I can see. The problem is I'm at an angle that way, so I kind of have to do it this way. And I think we'll probably, before we continue with the texturing, let's get one of these on there. I am going to take care to cut most of the excess off. We don't want extra clay. And then, let's see. Why won't you come off? Oh, no. Oh, just not on the parts I want. I see. Okay. I need my pick. I got a couple strands sticking together here. There we go. Get the little clay boogers out of the way. And bring out the trusty spoon. And then back to blending it into some of that existing. There we go. It's always the other side that takes the longest too. The funny thing is, I wouldn't say I'm ambidextrous, but I can write legibly with my left hand. But I would not try doing this with my left hand. I'm trying to get a slight curve. A needle bit the dust. Oh no! Didn't try for a bullseye. So you got the marker killing dragon. Now you got the needle murdering project too. I need to brush this. It's getting out of hand. Really just not happy with this side right yet. I almost feel like we need to add a small rope of clay, like I took off a little bit too much on that top ridge. And that's fine. Not a big deal. It's, like I said, it's super easy to work it in here, so. Oops. Let's go back to overhead for right now. I don't want to, we don't need to be streaming the back of my hand the entire time. I'm having a little bit more luck going this way as opposed to upwards, so we'll just keep doing that. Working this back, and then we'll fix the fact that it's a sharp edge ridge there. And just like we did on the other side. And of course, symmetry doesn't exist. It's not real, so. At least that's what I have to tell myself, to chill out. My eye wants symmetry. You know, I love symmetry. And sometimes that's an obstacle that I have to overcome. And I know I'm not alone on that. Just based on conversations we've had right here. Dress will have to kill more than 3 to be a contender with the needle murder address. Yeah. I snapped, last time I snapped the needle, I think I was trying to stitch up a pair of jeans. The needle I was using was just too small, I think. Don't get me started on symmetry, Dex says. Dude, it drives me crazy sometimes. Getting some of this cleaned up and then finishing up this blend right here. I haven't decided yet. We might be putting another little bit of a fur. Yeah, I think we should. There's a little bit of a distinction there that shouldn't be. Off my finger, thank you. Over to the right, just a smidge. And then get the pick. Got okay. Now once we get that texture in there, that should be good with the blend and everything. It's the whole reason why I went over to 3D printing, but I deeply regret it. Giving up sculpting and moving into 3D printing, or you can always get back into it, you know? I would very much like a 3D printer in the future just for odds and ends. But I don't see myself doing much digital sculpting. It just does not appeal to me at all. I mostly want a 3D printer at some point, so I can do 3D scans of my work and then duplicate it, you know? That would be cool, but I don't really have much desire to like sculpt on software, you know? Like even the VR stuff, I'm like, yeah, it seems cool, but then I never get it because I'd rather just do this, you know? I want perfect symmetry. Yep. You know, and that's, I don't know. I just always kind of been that way, but you know, I gotta get better at chilling out because, you know, you look at a person, split their face down the middle. It's not perfectly symmetrical. So I end up stressing over things that don't even matter. You know what I mean? All right. So one thing that I already see, and I'm just going to do this at this point because I'm tired of messing with it. It's too much of a hard edge there. I gave up on symmetry very early on and just embraced the wonk. Hey man, the wonk is what makes it look better, right? Symmetry looks unnatural at a certain point. And that's the problem. Like, I stress over something and then there's really no point because the more I fiddle with it trying to get it the way I think it should look, the worse it looks, you know? When you're talking symmetry anyway. And it's one of those things I've had to work on and still do. It's obviously great for some things, but Oh no. Oh no. Where'd it go? It's trying to embed itself into my mesh chair is what it was trying to do. I think I'm going to let the top of this sit for just a few. That's getting real soft. We're getting there though. Very few things in nature are symmetrical. Yep. That's why a lot of 3D animated characters just look wrong. They're too perfect. Yep. Yeah, like it's kind of crazy too, right? Because naturally, like our minds want that symmetry, but then when it comes to those things, that's the very reason why they look uncanny. Yeah, I think we're good on that. I just need to let it sit for a bit and chill out. Literally. And then we're going to start working underneath that. And this should be much easier, I hope. Gonna leave you to it. Just downloaded Sleeping Dogs. Oh, haven't seen that game in ages. Always wanted to give it a try. I've heard good things. I appreciate it, Andy. I appreciate it, man. And folks, if you are not doing so, throw another shout out in the chat there. Mr. Andy Mecca, another sculptor here on Twitch. And to be quite honest, one of the main reasons why I'm streaming here. He motivated me to give this a shot. You know, because like I said, I was just on YouTube until recent months. And this has been a pleasure. So thank you very much. For inspiring me, whether you realize it or not. So let's see. Under eyes, basically just needed to kind of flush out. This shouldn't be too terrible. And we're in no rush today. We're making good time. Like I said, we just the only plan for today was to finish the face. So I do my best, you know, Andy, until I read something out of context and and tell somebody off in my chat. I still feel bad about that, but it is what it is. Yeah, we're not going to go with a large amount of clay for these either. I'm going to cut that a little bit shorter. Yeah, I know. It is what it is. Not a big deal. And we'll start with these just so we've got them. We've already got our liquid polymer clay in there, so we don't have to worry about that. Just kind of placing it. Get the old trusty composite tool. Okay. And then we'll repeat that on the other side. Where we go? Right below the duct, or where the tear duct would be. You know what? I'm just going to do this by hand. Okay. Now, much like before, we just kind of get it pressed in there and then we start working it in for the blend and then the texture. And then as far as like this right here, see, you obviously don't want to push that excess into the eyelid. So we're just going to kind of pull that down. And on that inner edge, just like before, just real small little. Got a little bit of a clump in between there. Don't want that. Hey, you old fart. Welcome in. How we doing today? Happy Monday. Jerboa is looking freaking awesome. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, I love this guy. He nearly drove me to the point of insanity at one point, but you know, that's true love, right? Jenny, how's the sanding going? Has the music been good for sanding? This has been a pretty good playlist. Pretty solid all around, in my opinion. It's been great. No more sanding. My hand feels like a 90-year-old with arthritis priming now. Well, good. Yeah, I hate sanding. I hate it so much. Like, you know, small stuff like what I was doing here earlier is obviously not a big deal, but when you're sanding like whole projects and stuff, my hand, man, it gets so cramped up. That's why I prefer when I'm sanding things that I can use a block sander on. Because at the very least, at least I have a handle to hold on to as opposed to like, you know, just the hand grip on the paper. Almost done with this portion already. Like I said, it's relatively simple on this part here. This part here is probably the hardest part. Okay. Before we do the other side, I'm going to give myself a little bit of a nicotine break because it's the other side. On Wednesday, I think I'm going to make a trip over to visit my grandfather. With everything going on, you know, which we don't normally stream on Wednesdays anyway. Last week I did to make up for, no, I didn't. I was going to, and then that fell through. Yeah, so Wednesday I'm going to make a trip over there, and when I do, I'm going to stop at the craft store, and I'm going to look at specifically grays paints, because I think it would be wise to make sure that our base coat is right out of the bottle, our base color, and then work off of that for lighter and darker, you know? But make our primary gray that we're using on the Jerboa out of the bottle. That way I don't have to worry about mixing to shade. We can start off by mixing it with some black, darkening it up, and hitting it with a wash to get into all the crooks and nannies. And then go over them with our base. And then, like the lighter areas, we'll probably work in with lighter shades. It's going to be an interesting paint job, that's for sure. But we'll get it. We'll get it.
Hello!
You! What's up, man? Welcome in. How we doing? Happy Monday to you. Matter of fact.
Spoon!
Indeed. Indeed. Praise the spoon. You know what? Let's go over this top edge real quick. Pull this down. And bear with me. We're just working at a bad angle right now. I wish I could come with a solution for camera angles on that regard, but rather limited. Not many options there. Just a matter of my hands in the way. We'll brush this and then I'll hit it with ISO just to kind of further blend and smooth that. You just need like 14 more camera angles and cameras on your wrists, forehead, and chest. Geez, get good, right? Well, you know, initially, Joe, I was thinking about having a camera clipped onto my table right here, like right here, and then facing. And I tried it, and it just does not work. It's just a shit angle, and then the camera's also in the way sometimes, and like I said, I envy the 2D artists. You know, Not to say they have it easy, but when it comes to camera angles, they absolutely have it made. It's still like an overhead on my setup, but there's another USB port I don't have. Yeah. I wanted to clamp on a light because I've got 2-point lighting, one there and one over here. Today I've got my overhead on. Once again, the stream is brighter than it was when I started. I don't know. I give up. All the auto exposure settings, everything is all manual, and it still does it. No idea. But I wanted a camera right here just to light it from this side, or a light rather. And all I have is like USB ones, and I don't have USB ports to spare for a light, so until I find another option. So yeah, I know the USB ports struggle all too well as well. Also, I have some free ones, but they're in the back of my rig out of just not a convenient location for the things that I have plugged in within reach, you know. I don't think he's talking about peaches. I need to give this a brush and let it sit for a second. I have a ceiling light directly over my bench with a daylight LED in it and a large bar desk lamp attached to the side of my bench. Also with daylight LEDs for the right color. Yeah, that's what drives me crazy about these cameras and the exposure changing, because everything about my setup is controlled. I have color temperature control, brightness control. All the cameras are set to manual. So there's no reason why they should be changing anything. It's just super weird. I'm just chalking it up to it's Logitech. That's all I got. It's Logitech. I'd expect as much on the C920 here, but that's the best of the two, and this is a $200 Brio, and it's nothing but a hassle. The C920 is just kind of yellowy. It has a warmer temperature to it no matter what you do. I don't know. One of these days, maybe I'll set things up and use the DSLR for stream as well as showcases, but that time is not right now. I'm gonna add a little bit more. It's kind of sunk in there. Yeah, if it's a webcam and not a DSLR, there's only no manual you can get. Your image is super clear. Resolution's great though. Well, good, thanks. Yeah, I just sometimes it bleaches out when it adjusts when it adjusts its own brightness for whatever reason. But hey, I don't know. Like the Brio's a nice camera. It infuriates me when you turn off manual settings and then it's still, or turn off auto settings and it's still changing settings that it shouldn't. And the crazy thing is, the settings in the program in OBS don't change. It's just something to do with the lens on this camera. It's really weird. Yeah, we need to do a little bit of TLC on this part. It's the other side once again.
It's time to take a short break. Stand up, stretch and hydrate.
All right. We will do just that. And in fact, I need a good stretch. Back's starting to cramp up. But you know what? Here's a good idea. Before we do that, let me blend this real quick. Maybe I don't wanna. Yeah, you're not the boss of me. Made of money, you could always get the Mevo core with some nice micro 430. Yeah. Yeah, have to sell a few sculptures for that one. At that price point, you may as well get yourself a red camera, huh? We're making films, we're not making streams. Okay, we'll go in and texture that. Yeah. We'll texture that after the break. I'm also going to play around a little bit. Maybe I won't do this on stream because you guys won't be able to see it anyway. And it's going to be kind of awkward. Maybe I don't know. It's not really necessary. It's just me being ridiculous. Thing about adding a little strand of clay in here and doing a little bit of a hangy fur. We'll see. Me just being ridiculous is all. Just rent a studio, probably cheaper in the long run, right? I'd love to have a studio. Like, I'm working in my office, you know, I got a nice setup, but it could be better geared towards this. Maybe one day. But yes, we have an ad break starting soon. We got every hour, we got a 3-minute break. So now's a great chance to grab a snack, grab a drink, do whatever you got to do. I'm going to get up and stretch a little myself. And then when we come back, we're going to be finishing up the Jerboa and getting them all set to go into the oven. So I will see you guys back in just a few. Thanks for being here, lurkers. Thank you for the support. I appreciate you. Everybody that's been hanging out and chatting with me today, thanks for keeping me company. I hope you're enjoying, and I will see you in just a few. Maybe a setup of curtains or something, because the crossbench camera has an awesome view of my disaster of a basement. Yeah, like this camera here, I try not to go over too much, just because not because it's a mess, but I have a shelf there and there's all kinds of distractions. So I get it. Oh, yeah, it's going. So I'll throw the break screen up and I'll see you guys in a moment. Ooh, Chad, I just saved myself. I just remembered something we need to do. About forgot about it. Oh, wow, Rose, I just saw your picture in there about the overlocker. Is that like holds a bunch of spools? Is that what that does? See, I know a little bit. I just don't know all the words. About 11 seconds. Ad break's almost over.
Welcome back. Let's get to it.
Guys, I almost forgot. This would have been real bad. We need to take wires. We gotta stick a few in here for the monofilament, just like we did with the whisker holes. Is it gonna have a few strands sticking up there too? So do not let me forget. I don't want to do it now because I don't want it catching on my hand and then messing up things. So we'll save that for last, but don't let me forget that, please. I also I can't help feel like I need to do a Cousin It using this hair method, you know? It feels like a must. Some 0.2 millimeter drill bits. That's some tiny bits. I would imagine with a sturdy enough needle, I could probably poke holes in, but I don't want to find myself in that position where I have to find out, you know? Thank God his nose is here. I can just kind of rest my palm on it and steady my hand. This is perfect. Probably just seal back up, probably. That's why I keep the wires in there when I bake it. At least the first couple times, just in case. I don't, I don't know what kind of shrinkage happens or... And we have a little wiggle room to work with, but I don't want them closing up too much. Pepper legs. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. And then we'll probably, well, no, there's no probably about it. I will put the wires back in. When we're painting, just as a placeholder so that we don't get any paint in there filling up the hole. And then obviously the monofilament will go in once all of the painting is done. One of the final steps. And I'm happy to say we're getting pretty close to those final steps. Happy to be here. Well, happy to have you here. I'm gonna put a little dab of clay in there just to even it out a little bit. There's a bit of a dip, and if we put some clay there, I can actually kind of blend that a little bit more. A little bit less, maybe. And then what I'm doing is basically just with it sideways here, I'm just dragging it with each piece of fur that's already there, because that's all baked underneath, right? So we don't have to worry about that. And that's kind of just blending the surface area in. And then when there's a line, I'm just kind of following that line into our blend, which is exactly what I did with the nose and the cheeks. And the whole blending process turned out much better than I anticipated. Like I said, this Cos clay blends so nice. Even when the clay is baked, you know? Because everything we've been blending to today has been baked. Every little bit of it. So we haven't been blending into soft clay at all. Van Morrison. Did Van Morrison originally do this song? Why does this sound different? John Mellencamp covered this, didn't he? That's what I'm thinking. Or at least I think it was John Mellencamp that covered it. Oh, man. Once again, the other side, folks. It's always the hardest. Plus, we're trying to get multi-directional blend here. think I got it. Let's get that a little bit more on the other side. Had you muted this whole time? Yeah, we're having a silent stream today, Hugh. Hope you're doing well, man. I'll tell you what, Chad, I don't think I could be happier with this right now. It's I think we've got it. We've got him at that point, you know? That being said, that sounds like a me thing to do. Thanks, Jenny. I think I might enter him into my local fair competition and blow everybody else away. Should I do it? I think I should. Use similar eyes. Actually, I don't know if they're like from the same order, like same place or whatever, but yeah, he's the reason why I ended up with those. He convinced me. You know, funny enough, Joe, that's how I started sculpting when I was a kid. I'd sculpt stuff for the fair. I won some ribbons. Maybe one of these days they're in shambles and they're not great because I was like in elementary school. But maybe I'll have to dig out a couple of the ones that I know are somewhere around here. One of them is Duke Nukem. I made this was not entered into the fair, but I made a little Duke Nukem thing, but it's all busted up. Thanks, Hugh. And Ping Pong 143, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. But they appreciate all the hard work and see how amazing it is, though. I mean, I don't know. I'll tell you one thing. I have never seen any of the other sculptures in the exhibits at the fair remotely as detailed, so I just want to try something out of curiosity. This might not. This might not. Game convention good? It'd be cool to like do shows and stuff, you know, but I don't know if I could handle it. You know, I was telling Menchie we could do a thing where we have like a booth and then I'm just in the back working and she can deal with all the people. Country fairs or county fairs beneath you. Yeah, but I don't have many options, you know, and exposure's exposure. I may as well start somewhere. Somewhere that I don't have to go like put myself in an uncomfortable circumstance, you know what I mean? I'm gonna try this. If it doesn't work, I'll just clean it off. It's not a big deal, but and then don't let me after this. Don't let me forget to put those wires in. In fact, I'm gonna set this here as a hopeful reminder. But you know, I wouldn't mind a grand prize ribbon from the fair. I'll take it. Maybe the state fair even. Who knows? I don't even know what they do. I don't know if they do any art stuff. I should probably start looking into that stuff, considering it is already July somehow. Whiskers, yep. Thank you, Jenny. Looks stunning, amazing sculpting. Thank you, Ping Pong. I appreciate it. This is it means a lot because this is my first time sculpting an animal of any kind, really. And the closest thing I've done to an animal is Ickis from Ah Real Monsters. And he's still bipedal, so I guess he's bipedal. Well, technically, Jerboas kind of go back and forth. They'll hop around and stand up and go down on all fours and crawl around and stuff. But oh, thank you, Ping Pong. I've always enjoyed sculpting. Little quick synopsis is like we were just saying. I started off sculpting as a kid, and I like to draw and take pictures. Like with I had a camera. I do photography. Nothing good, but I played around with it. And but mostly I would draw and sculpt, and I would enter my stuff into the fair and things like that. I just kind of fell out of it as I got a little older into my teenage years and all of that. And towards the end of 2022, I had some clay laying around, and I thought I kind of feel like sculpting something. And my partner, Minchie, she asked me to make her something, so I made her this little fox. It was specifically off of an image she found on Instagram, I think. And I'm like, yeah, I think I can make that. And so I did, and I had a lot of fun. And she was like, "Oh, this is really good. You should do this more often." And long story short, I started a YouTube channel, and I went real hard on the YouTube channel for 6-7 months, and it just kind of burnt me out, and I had to take a break. And the break took too long, more longer than it should have. But on my way back, I got the idea to stream. So now I'm doing the streaming thing and still making content for YouTube as we finish projects, but I'm really, really enjoying it. And I'm using it as a means to learn more, to meet some other artists, which has been a blast, to try out new processes, which is a lot of what this was. And also work on some things that I need to work on, like slowing down, not feeling like I have to hyper focus on a project until it's absolutely done, you know? Giving myself a little bit of a break here and there. Use air drying clay. I have used air drying clay in some art classes over the years, but no, this is a polymer clay. And even when I was sculpting in elementary school, that's what I was using, was Sculpey polymer clay. But this is the first time I've used this particular kind of polymer clay exclusively. I've used it a little bit for hands and stuff on other sculptures, but everything else was done with Sculpey. This, when it cures, is more of a rubbery consistency. Like, I can bend this tail around, it's not going to snap. You know what I mean? I'm not going to like go crazy with it because there's a wire armature for one, and I don't want it to get out of whack. But yeah, you can bend this. It's not going to snap in two like Sculpey does. And it's right around the same price. I think it's like $17, $18 for a pound. A little bit more expensive than Sculpey probably, but when you don't have to worry about your project shattering, it seems worth it to me, you know? It's taken a little bit of getting a feel for it because it's a little bit different. It's softer. But that has proven to be an amazing feature. It's just a matter of getting a feel for it. I'm going to let that sit for a minute. I like it. I just want to correct that front spot. Yeah, I need to blend that in a slight, right in the middle where the little divot is. Other than that, guys, I know it doesn't really show up too much. Let me see. Yeah, you can kind of see it. That's what I'm working with. I just wanted to have a little bit more of a transition there. Okay. How long does it take to set? So you put this in the oven at like 275, and you're supposed to work at like, I think 25, 30 minutes per quarter inch of thickness. So it's important that you work, you know, like for instance, when we did the core on his body, there's obviously an armature in there, and then you bulk it out with foil or an ultralight clay and bake that if it's a clay. If it's foil, you obviously don't need to. And then I cover it with like a thin layer of clay and get it to a general form. And that's going to give me a solid base. That's what we did with him. And that way you don't have to worry about like, oh, it's too thick. We're going to have to bake it for like an hour and a half. Because the great thing is you can bake it multiple times. I honestly have lost count of how many times this guy's been in the oven at this point. But, and it, just like Sculpey, you can do the same with Sculpey. But, what I do is my oven takes about 5 to 6 minutes to preheat to 275. So I put them in a cold oven, set it to 275 and set a timer for 40 minutes. When the timer goes off, I turn the oven off and crack the door and let him sit in there until he cools. Might not be necessary, but one of the things that I started doing that with Sculpey as far as just cracking the oven and letting him cool off inside. Because I find that, at least with Sculpey, taking them out of the oven, especially in a cooler room, and you put them on the oven on top of the stove to cool off, the drastic shift between temperatures can cause cracking. Not necessarily like it's going to crack and fall apart in half, but like subsurface cracking that you can see. And when I started letting them sit in the oven until they cool, that stopped happening. So it's just kind of a practice I've stuck with. So long process, but worth it in the end. Oh yeah, this project is we're over 100 hours on this, and most of it's because of the hair process. But very, very cool process, and I'm happy with the end result for sure. In fact, I was saying like we're not doing any. I have a jackalope on my list of things I want to sculpt. In the process of this, I was like, we're not doing anything with long ears and hair for a while. We're going to take a break. That being said, I think we're going to be using the hair process again sooner than I planned. Couple things. If you're familiar with the 80s horror movies Critters, I want to do one of those. I've wanted to do one of those for a while, and now that I've done this process, I was like, wait a minute, that's perfect. And he won't be nearly as difficult because we'll be working in a smaller scale. They're basically like a little ball of hair. So we won't be working around all these small little areas and stuff. And I think that would be relatively fun. So we're going to do one of those in the near future. And just today it popped into my head, like, why don't I do Cousin It from the Addams Family using this process? That would be fun. So, you know, we'll see when I get to them. Our next project is going to be very simple in comparison to this because, well, when I started doing the YouTube channel, like the second or third video I did, I kicked off a series called Sculpting 90s Nicktoons. And I sculpted Ickis from Real Monsters, and then I sculpted Crumb, also from Real Monsters. After this guy's done, it's finally time. I need to do Oblina and complete the trio of characters, and then we can move on. So, if you're familiar with Real Monsters and the character Oblina, you know it's a very simple character. She's like a snake with arms and legs, basically. And the hardest thing about her is going to be the mouth, because her mouth is real weird in comparison to the rest of her body. So that'll be interesting. We'll see how we handle that. Clean off some of that liquid polymer clay that we don't need, so it's not filling in texturing. What time is it? I think I might save the next step for later. I don't even know if I'm going to keep it. It's just something I wanted to try, and we should probably bake him first. I was thinking about running a little snake along his jawline and just kind of blending it for like a little bit of a droopy hair along the line of his chin. Like just real faint. Probably pointless to even do, but I want to. Another thing I've been doing, and we'll be continuing this, especially like tomorrow and whenever we start on his toes and on his feet. When we did the nose, or the bridge of his nose, I brought in some like little flat triangle pieces right here, here, and here, and kind of layered them and blended them to get a little bit of a fur delineation there. I repeated that on the tail before I put him in the oven. Just some faint stuff, but like right here, there's a little section on the sides here and there. And then this portion of the tail will be the last thing we do as far as sculpting goes. It'll be the same process. And we'll start at the tip and work our way back to here. And then he's done. But tomorrow we start on his paws and claws, and then work into his toes and finish up his feet. He's very close to being done, guys. Yeah, the videos on your YouTube channel? I do. There's a link right there to the main channel. All of my past videos have a condensed time lapse and then a showcase at the end. And that was when I was strictly doing YouTube content. And I enjoy making those videos, but they take a long time to edit and then film and do voiceovers, which honestly, me recording a voiceover took almost as much time as it did for me to edit the videos. It was awful. I hate doing voiceovers. So to save myself time, and now that I'm streaming the work and you can see more of the process than ever before, I figured why not save myself the time and just do showcases on our finished products. As I finish up a project, I'll do a showcase video for it. And then we can jump right into the next project instead of waiting a couple weeks while I'm editing, you know? Give them a watch. Hey, thanks, Ping Pong. Yeah, enjoy. Those videos are fun. I liked making them. Maybe someday I'll do some more videos along the nature of like my old ones, but for now, I may as well spend the time doing actual project work, you know? Minimize my time spent editing. I don't mind editing, but it is very time consuming, so. And that's part of what burnt me out. I was literally like, I'd start a project, I'd sculpt it, I'd paint it, and all the while filming it. And then I'd edit it and shoot the showcase video and put all of that together. And then immediately start on a new project. And that's just too much. It's too much. Now, if I'm thinking correctly, animals tend to have those little eyebrow whiskers like right at the inside corner of their eyes, like at the arch. Yeah? Let me look up something real quick. On the eyebrow area? Yeah. So like, I'm only going to do 3 on each side. So we'll put them relatively close in like a little triangle pattern. And I'm thinking like, right in here, right where that ridge kind of meets. That's what I'm thinking. But like back a little bit. All right, there's that side. Now it's time for the other side. Oh boy. Hey. Try to go in and correct that a little bit. Okay, and then 2 more. seriously like fully clinched doing this, man. I don't. Last thing I want to do is ruin what we've done. Yeah. And again, it's not gonna be wired. It's gonna be monofilament. So that should do, right? I don't like that. That was right on the edge. Let me fix that and move it. I think I need to just stop messing with it, you know? Yep, I think that'll do. Will you cover them with wire? What do you mean? So I basically just use the wires for the holes, and then I'll leave them in there so that it doesn't get closed up while it's baking. And then I'll show you. I'll show you what we'll be using. Where did I put that? That's the question. Ah. It's basically, and this is why we are using wire, because this obviously can't go in the oven, but this is just monofilament. It's bead cord, you know, transparent. I wonder if I can apply like some heat to get, I'm sure I could. Hell, I'm sure if I just like use friction, I could probably heat this to the point where we could kind of get it to lay the way we want it. But yeah, just monofilament. And then that'll stick in to the whisker holes on his snout there. And then up here as well. Just let's see, whiskers is going to be 6 on each side, and then up on the top there it'll be 3 on each side. Not to overdo it, but just to add the detail, you know? But I think that leaves us at a good spot for the day, chat. We'll get him in the oven before tomorrow, and then that way it's all baked and good to go. We don't have to worry about messing anything up. And we can start working on the hand armatures. And like I said, what we'll do, they're 4 fingers and a little nub, which I thought they were 3 fingers and a little nub. But yeah, no, they're four fingers and a little nub. So we'll do a 4-finger armature, 4 wires brought back and wrapped. And then I'll probably take the excess wire and spool it and use that as a glue contact for our wire here. And then blend into the hands. And we're going to add in some of that fur contrast, like just adding a little bit more depth in the fur as we're doing the blend. And we'll do the same thing down here as well once we're doing the toes. The toes, three toes. This will extend out and then we'll branch off. This back one will be a little bit shorter because he's going to be kind of putting more weight on that leg. And we'll probably make the claws and bake them so that I can shove them into place before we bake the hands, the paws and the toes. That way we've got a solid claw that we can put into each digit. That's what I've always done in the past anyway. It's one of them. I have a bunch of references, but this is based off of the Jerboa from the Ark Survival Evolved. Some of my references printed out real dark, and this was when my printer wanted to just print black and white for no apparent reason. But yeah. Yeah, that's one of the references. And then our paint job, once we get to painting, I'm going to have to get a couple more references with the coloring. As you saw in that one's like a beige and brown. We're going to go with a gray because the base, let's set him aside for a moment. And disregard how awful this looks right now, because this is literally just like the beginnings. But this is the base, baked Sculpting. We just went in and added some texture. You know, this big thing is just a mounting point for this cactus. This will be covered in a sand ballast, which is basically sand. We'll cover it with a watered down PVA glue. We'll paint it first. The base is going to be black. We'll paint this like a combination of orange, not orange, but yellows and beiges. And then I'll put a watered down PVA mix over top, with the exception of where his feet will rest and where that's going. And we'll cover it with the sand ballast. Let that dry, and then I'll hit it with a spray. And that'll set it. And then he'll go on that. And since that's going to be a lot of beige and yellow, we decided at the start it'd be probably better to go with a gray one, just to kind of make him stand out from the base. And then he's going to sit on there like this. We got to trim up the leg pegs and whatnot, but he'll be on the base right here. Well, thank you, Ping Pong. Like I said, I think I got lucky a little bit along the way. But happy accidents and whatnot, you know? But I'm glad that I had a lot of nerves coming into this project for all the reasons that I mentioned. And I'm glad that I didn't let that sway me. You know, I've learned some things and I've surprised myself. And now some of the projects that I've always wanted to do, but I felt a little bit nervous about or didn't think I could hack it, I feel a little bit more confident taking those projects on in the future. So, true words from Bob Rossi, right? So, I'll get him baked before tomorrow. And tomorrow, we'll be starting a little earlier tomorrow. Tuesdays, I stream Mondays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays with Fridays always having a scheduled potential bonus stream. And then weekends are always possible. It just kind of depends. But tomorrow I'll be starting the stream up around 11 noon Eastern, somewhere in there.
It's time to take a short break. Stand up,
man.
stretch and hydrate.
Always the worst timing. Can I skip it enough? We'll see. Yeah, we'll wrap it up here. Find a raid target and go say hello to someone else. But I'm gonna have to dodge some ads in the process, so we'll see if we can skip it long enough. All right. I'm gonna keep an eye on the ad timer, and when it gets to like 30 seconds, I'll snooze it. Catch you next stream. Ping pong will. Look forward to hearing from you. Look forward to seeing you. Before we go to, once again, there is the link to the main YouTube channel in the chat if you'd like to check those out and subscribe. We're going to have showcases for the Jerboa once he's done and all future projects as well. And your support over there means the world to me because YouTube algorithm has forgotten about me. It's very clear. And also, there's a link in the chat to the Discord. Best place to find all the latest updates on the stream, the channel, any modifications to the schedule, you know, things that happen. Plus, you can share your artwork in there in the art gallery channel. Let us know if you're going live or got a new video. We'd love to see it. And with that, I'm going to snooze this ad and let's find a raid target. Who do we got online today that we can go say hello to? Let me refresh this because that's probably old. Oh no. Lost my window. Why does it say ads about to start? Guys, bear with me because the bot's going to be like, hey, we got another break coming up. It's just going to happen. I'm just taking a look. Seeing who's live. We got some painting happening. 228 viewers. Let's find somebody that could use some viewers, maybe. We got some miniature painting happening. We got some music. Some art. What's he doing? Is he drawing? Or is he painting? He's painting today. What? Any raid suggestions from you guys? Anybody got anybody to go say hi to? I've got one right now. One or two. No sculptors, though. No sculptors are live. I don't. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. If you guys don't mind joining me, why don't we go say hello to Cream of Egbert? Chervinsky? But not sure if anyone will enjoy. I don't even know who that is. Let me look. Chervinsky. I got an ad. What are they doing here?
It's time to take a short break.
No!
Stand up, stretch and hydrate.
Stop! Not the boss of me, Atticus. I'm the boss of you. I'm newish to Twitch. I'm no help. Oh, well, welcome to Twitch, first and foremost. And no worries at all. 3D design magic in Blender. So we got some 3D Blender work. We got some traditional art. And some digital drawing. What you think, guys? Any preference? I'd be happy to go meet someone new. Why don't we do that? We'll take Hugh's suggestion and go check out Chervinsky's channel. Sound good? Got that copy. Well, I guess that doesn't matter, does it? For sure. All right. We will do that. Let's snooze that ad one more time. I'm going to throw a non-sub raid call. If you're not subbed to the channel, go ahead and copy that. Get ready to throw that in the chat when we get to our raid targets channel. And if you are subbed to the channel, you can copy that one right there. I'm going to do the same. And get that all set and ready. And let's pop over here for a moment. We got a lot done today, you know, working in small sections with a lot to do in those sections. But it was a smooth process, and I'm really happy with how he's turned out. So thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I very much appreciated it. It's been a great Monday stream, and I thank you for that. Welcome to all the new faces that joined us today. Let me scroll down here a little bit, make sure I don't miss anybody. We had a couple offline follows here. Cat Girl Cat, Seversig, Kel's Art, Irish Island, The Great Dolan, and then Verdatum coming in with the follow today, Pepper Legs and Ping Pong 143. Thank you guys all so much for the follows. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. Lurkers, thank you for being there. Thanks for lurking. Certainly helps and certainly appreciated. Thank you for all the support in all shapes and forms. Guys, I hope you have a fantastic rest of your Monday today, and I will see you back here tomorrow around 11 a.m. noon Eastern time. We'll start on the Jerboa's Pause. So thank you. Let's go say hello to... Now let me get the raid thing queued up. Chervinsky. Chervinsky doing some 3D modeling. And raid is queued. We are locked and loaded, folks. Thank you so much for everything. All those follows, all the lurks, and everybody hanging out and chat with me today. I really appreciate it. I had fun. It was productive. So good show. Hey, absolutely, Linecraftery. Thanks for being here, man. Thank you for being here. I will see you guys at Chervinsky's channel. Have a good one. I will see you tomorrow. And thanks again. Later, guys.